it's me. I'm here. I'm ready to go. Hope you're ready to go. Hope your fingers ain't freezing. Your toes ain't frozen too. Like mine kinda are. Cause it's just so damn freaking cold outside. But welcome everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're all having a good start to your week. Getting ready for Christmas. For the holidays. Hope y'all ready to go. I took the liberty of making me some nice hot shots before I came on the stream. Because I was just feeling something a little sweet. And I wasn't necessarily hungry for dinner. I haven't eaten dinner yet. Because I had a late lunch, apparently. But I need something sweet. I need something hot. And I said to myself, you know, I'm going to get me some nice hot shocky for the stream. And get the warm, cozy vibes going on. But welcome, guys. Like I said, hope you're having a good week. Welcome to CB, to Nev, and to Zeke. Nice to see you guys here. I'm so sorry for your unfortunate loss of teeth in the near future, CB. It does sound like a wisdom teeth surgery. I've had to have that done on me before, but luckily, I only had one growing in, so I only needed to have one removed. And fortunately, I guess what the doctor said, it was on the bottom row, so it was really, really easy for them to just take it out. But yeah, teeth surgery is a time and a half. You're gonna have a fun time with that. I think the best memory, now that I'm thinking on it, now that we're talking about it, the best memory that I have for my wisdom tooth surgery, it took all of like maybe a half hour, 45 minutes to get the whole procedure done for them. And then they stuck me in a room because I was on, not like anesthesia, kind of like a lower grade form of it, but I still was knocked out for the whole entire process. But I woke up in this room, it was very dimly lit, and I remember they stuck me on a wheelchair, because again, I'm just waking up, I don't have full control of my limbs, I'm going like, I can't speak, I can't form words, because I'm still waking up. But I remember, in the car ride home, I brought my 3DS that day, and in it was Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, and again, this is the only thing I remember after I woke up from that day. I remember getting wheeled out to the car, I remember getting in the front seat, and for the whole entire drive home, I sat in the front seat playing Explorers of Sky on my 3DS, and that's it. That's the best I can remember of that whole procedure. I don't remember anything leading up to it. I just remember getting in the car and playing freaking Pokemon. That's it. That's all I did. Because obviously, as everybody knows, Pokemon means a lot to me. I mean, it's like you can't tell on the front page here, I have both Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. But that's another thing entirely. Ah, lovely. It's gonna be one of those procedures. I hope it goes smoothly for you at least, CB. Alright. Hello, cat? Was that you? Hang on. I heard something fall, and I want to make sure that the cat is okay. Give me a second. The cat is fine. She's just sitting underneath the very, very cozy blanket that we have in the couch, on the couch in the living room. It's really funny because she's literally buried underneath layer upon layer of this huge ass blanket that we have, and it's actually kind of cute because it's like you can go up to the blanket and just push down on it, and you'll hear her squeak or something. I love her. She loves that. She adores that freaking blanket too. It's nice and warm for her. Alrighty, guys, back to murder and boxes. As where we last left off, apparently we got a new piece of evidence that we're gonna look at. That we're gonna, I don't know, everything's gonna turn the tides of this entire case or something. Who freaking knows? I gotta make sure that, you know, a 17-year-old doesn't go into the big old slammer for something she didn't commit to. I'm honestly really, really curious to see, or to know, how far I am in this case. I feel like I had to have hit the midway point, at least, for this case. Because I don't know how much else there is to this. We have another witness in, that's 3 witnesses. And more than likely, it's this freaking Eggert Benedict guy who killed this person. We just gotta freaking get him to fess up. Alright, it is time for part 4 of the trial of the Hound of the Baskervilles. And then this is another thing. It's the Hound of the Baskervilles. This is one of my favorite Sherlock Holmes stories. So I'm wondering, what kind of spin is this gonna have from the original story? So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilder 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder. How many streams? Too many to count. At the moment. But I think it's maybe like 4. I have to go back onto my stream archive and see. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Do let me know, guys, if the audio's okay, if I'm coming in clear, or if something needs to be turned down so I don't blow out your eardrums with my screams and my shouts of joy.
Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside!
Is that, oh, it's a music box! I've had one of these when I was growing up. Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. It's called a music box. Yes, that's what it's called. You're very right. You're very right, Fanslakes. Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my...
Oh. Wait, okay, wait. How big is this thing? How big is this music box? Because whenever I look like a regular old music box, it looks just like, I don't know, maybe like, like this big? Like this big, I would assume, this wide? They're not big, they're not usually big a lot of times. From the ones that I've at least seen. And I guess, I don't know, how big is this disc? Is it small? It's gotta be small because how else is that gonna fit in the box? I thought this disc was like a huge ass thing, like a record player sized disc. But no, I guess I'm wrong on that. You know, maybe it is, maybe. God, that's weird to think about. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilder's disc, deposited at Windybanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Okay, there's gotta be, like, some kind of, like, recorded message or something on there that's, like, of utmost importance of some kind. I have no idea. Or maybe it's just a freaking happy tune. I don't know anymore. I'm raising my hand because I'm the next one to talk in class. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. You know, the one with the blood stain on it. It doesn't matter if we get blood on the music box or anything. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Hold it! Gregson? Wait! My lord! Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. Okay. What? Okay, the inspector's becoming a lot more sus now. Was he actually involved in this incident in another way? Those poor fish and chips, though. I'm surprised they just didn't go out of his hand. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Objection. Objection? This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Okay, how much people want to bet that it was the inspector who accidentally shot somebody, huh? Who wants to place that bet right now? Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is a policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. This man is about to be exposed for probably a crime. I can guarantee you that right now. It's about as unrelated to this case as the tomatoes are related to ketchup. Yeah, don't you know that? No, I'm really glad that I made this hot cocoa. It's really hitting the spot. But don't worry, I still have my water with me. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Play that funky music. Huh. Yeah, is this like some kind of Morse code thing going on here? What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Oh, this man's about to have a panic attack. Oh, this man's about to have his break. This man is about to have his breakdown is what's gonna happen. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. Freaking man with his freaking shoulder ass moves. And after all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. You've broken my ass. By now from 1999, that's not what I would call music not even in the 1890s. In the freaking 1890s, man. It's not even gonna be freaking music in the 1900s, too. That's for sure. Well, with such regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the ways of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but... Is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes, it can! You ding-dong! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel! Mere noise! I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chorting victoriously, like, oh, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. Alright, dropping a theory here. This is some kind of, like, government signal or message for the start of war. Or something like that. And it's bigger than any of us could have imagined. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound. And if he's familiar with it somehow... And that's making him appear extremely on edge. Ugh! If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh, yes? Yeah, that's definitely some kind of Morse code, for sure. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's pretty. It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is... No, it's not broken. An unusual genre of music? Yeah, no one has heard this. This is brand new music that's just gonna come out in, like, the late 1900s. It's ahead of its time right now. That's why no one can understand it and appreciate it. It's kind of like that Marty McFly situation from Back to the Future. It's not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, guys! I'm smarticle! I know things, guys. I know things. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
I object that he's not acting like whoever your Hurley is.
But the sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music? Well, now that you've told us what they are not... I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well about that.
Surely you have an idea in mind? Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly what he said. I couldn't have worded any better. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is purely foolishness. Well, gosh darn diddly darn, they got me in a corner. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. This boy has such optimism in him, even though, like, the possibility of him going to jail right now is at 90%! Or higher. Or higher. I forgot he makes a face like that. I forgot. He just makes a face like this, like, did you just insult me? Excuse you, you little bitch? I am trying to make a I'm trying to present evidence here, and how dare you interrupt me? I forgot he makes that face. That's a good one.
I just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really? It's not like I could tell by looking at it.
Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris, you wonderful 10-year-old. You beautiful, wonderful genius of a boy. Of a girl, I mean. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. So that's what his last name means in Japanese. It literally means I see. That's... That's too ironic. And they definitely played it up that well for that. Ah, what did I find? Could it be, is that what these sounds are? Gas, do we even know what he's talking about? Excuse me.
Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yeah. It's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Really? I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. Then let us know! I demand that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now, before I get my 70th bottle of glass out and throw it at you instead. Tangible proof of his latest wild speculation. Okay then, I'll present it. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots. I'm going to connect the dots, the lines. They're all coming together to form a single formation. Oh, the live Nash reaction? You can thank CB for that. She's the one who made it. Okay. Who wants to save? Because I'm gonna go and save, making sure I don't die here. Okay, so the evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Where, oh boy, okay, it's definitely my armband. In the form of some handwritten notes on the back of a photograph. It's Morse code, which is the thing. So we gotta figure out where in the world, or which piece of evidence can kind of like gear us in the direction to say that this exactly is Morse code. 1 pound. This was for, okay, that was for the coat and this was the box. for the 10 shillings. It's not that. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think it might be that. Maybe? Maybe? I'm gonna publish The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't think this will have any importance. At least not yet. McGilded's case notes. So only was the day after stab to the wound. Sure, Theo and however, surprise fourth witness testimony resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Yeah. London News. Wait! Whoa, 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 hold on. Maybe it's this? Wait a second. I think it might be this, actually. This morning paper, which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. I think it's the paper. Because I don't think anything else here is going to be of good use. That's not going to go for us. That's not going to go. The guns I don't think are going to help. The stereoscope is definitely not going to help with this. The music box disc is the music box disc. I think it's the newspaper. Because again, if this is Morse code we're talking about, I think it's the newspaper. Alright, here we go.
Take that!
Today's paper council. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page, unfold it. Hi, Leia. Welcome to chat. Further down? I don't think my eyes can move downwards in that direction from where I'm sitting. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Oh yes, well, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being
We're gonna get wrapped up in war, guys. Is this really what's going to be down to? We're gonna get freaking wrapped up in war.
And leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Of course.
Then juror number 5, your input, please. Stop.
Oh, me, sir? Oh, what evidence the matter?
Well, you told the court before that you worked at the same communication Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, theory time, really quick. Really quick. This guy, Mr. Graydon. Hold on. This guy, Mr. Graydon. He came to us under a pseudonym. He said that his name was Eggert Benedict. But that was not his real name. His real name is Ashley Graydon. Don't spies usually, use pseudonyms or fake names when they are trying to go about their work? I have this strange feeling that Mr. Graydon here may be some kind of spy who's trying to leak information about, I don't know, our government or someone else's government to Britain or something like that. I bet you he's a spy. I am 90% in confidence, think this guy might be a spy. Because the way that it's looking now with the pseudonym, with how the music disc sounds, the lines are connecting everybody. Everything's coming together. It's all coming together now. I can see it before me. And he works at the communication station with this lady, so he has access to a lot of things that normally the public do not. I totally think this guy is a spy. I totally think it. This definitely goes against all notions of the legal system, especially back in the 1800s. Now, who freaking knows? And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? I wanted to translate this so bad. I want her to translate this so bad. Tell us what it says.
You don't mean to say... Is it a...
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap at it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But, I don't believe it!
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. We're on it now, guys. We're on it now.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and...
Dude, where the hell is this trial going? First we have the knockoff Mario and Luigi brothers, and now it's like, oh, this is stolen government secrets that's in our courtroom now. That went from 0 to 100 at a very, very well-paced time. Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is the capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expected you to know. Wow. Capital punishment, who would have thought we got it in an Ace Attorney game, right? For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes. And on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place oh my god. Oh, it makes so much more sense now. McGilded was part of sneaking government information out, and then Gina caught him, so that's why McGilded threatened her with blackmail in her life to never say anything. Holy moly! Oh my god! Holy shit, this is getting, like, real. This is intense! Holy crap, guys! Christ! Wow!
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
You know what? I bet word got out that McGilded was smuggling secrets of some kind, so somebody had an inside job done where they lit the cabin on fire to kill him. So you would imagine that McGilded is rich for selling secrets. Yes, he is. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilden would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? We're finding you out, boy. I want you to reveal yourself that you're a freaking spy. I want to hear that from your lips when you have your breakdown. I want it so bad. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Hello? Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Yo, wait, Van Sykes, were you just on my side there for like a hot second? Huh? The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Yo, is Van Sykes like kind of on my side for like a small second? Cause that's kind of cool, not gonna lie. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. We got you on the ropes, boy. You're gonna spill those beans in no time.
Hold it!
Oh, hold it. What do you two? Wait, what do you two want? What do you have more to say in this freaking case?
You gotta let us wrap it in pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Well, I was just here testifying as a witness. Do you not remember me? I'm standing next to the inspector here. But I'm Nash.
I'm Ringo. But we ain't baddies, not to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call...
I love these two so much. The Three Skulkin' Brothers. But he has no part in this. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Oh boy. Okay, so then, alright. What? Okay, alright. I'm here to listen to you. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into their gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodging government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Okay, now that I know a little bit more and we've delved a little bit further into this trial, I honestly believe that the two Skulkin brothers just, like, do not deserve it. They're too goofy. They're too out of place. I think this grading guy just kind of hired them on the spot to go in and try to steal something. I honestly believe they don't know about the whole freaking thing with, like, government secrets and Morse code or stuff like that. So you can wipe their hands clean of that. That's what I've come to think. I really don't want them to be wrapped up in some government secret conspiracy thing going on. I like them too much. Although they do deserve their own jail time for some of the stuff they done. Well, you heard the man. And the other two. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
One mission will do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
Shit, I fucked up big time.
You know what? I appreciate it. You guys admitted to it. I don't need to do anything with that anymore. Thank you, you two. Thank you. Quiet down now, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets, sir. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer who shot it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Oh, my pride! Oh, nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Oh, okay. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Time to go look at that. I am gonna go look at the box. I'm gonna go look at the box. It's pretty neat, not gonna lie. It's pretty cool. So this is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the cone with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the cone are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, it means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
That is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. Has to be some significance to that, surely. Surely! Yeah, surely. What's this button? Oh!
Well, what is it, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. Oh! Yo, we getting some more government secrets hidden inside this box, chat.
Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, alright, here it goes. Oh, it's double-sided! Look at that!
Look at that! There's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yeah, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Interesting. Huh. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So, this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Huh. Ain't that something, Chad? I see something on this side. See how the 4 gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windy Banks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Like Transformers. But that doesn't come out for another 100 years or so. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
Huh. Okay, so that's the same one. There was a second disc, wasn't there? I think Gina had one. This is the one that had... Yeah, that's the one that had McGilded on it. So I'm gonna look under here for another second. Yeah, that's what I was thinking might be happening with this. They play at the same time, but one's gonna be short, while the other one's gonna be long. If only we can get this piece and put it over here. If we can get that second disc. That's the other one, so we gotta find out what the other disc is gonna be at. Okay. Alright, time to start pressing. That's good to know, though. It's got 2 sides. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no! Oh!
Oh no! Stop! Must say something. Stop!
Let me guess. Juror number 5, you got something to tell us.
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating. Interesting information you gave us there, Juror number 5. Thank you.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. Okay, so everyone's just listening in. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
That's also fascinating. So he has a very important job with the communication station down there. know, I love the fact that a juror gets to intercept and be like, oh no, excuse me, Mr. Graydon, you actually are of importance because you do this, this, and this. I bet you he's seething with anger right now and wants nothing to do but strangle juror number 5. And me, probably. You can tell in his icy blue eyes, he just wants to kill.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. God damn. Wow, she should really pick her idols more carefully after this. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. I want this man to break so bad. I want his shell to crack open. I want his yolk to spill out. I want him to be pan-fried on a frying pan, sunny side up, and he can't do anything about it. And I'm not saying that because I'm hungry.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Oh yeah, of course.
Ay, surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Oh, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I'm sorry, bud. Didn't mean to do that to you.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court. Get your notepads out, everybody.
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you can only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No, my assertion! Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions on futures. Stop! Nothing to say but... stop! Morse code? More like more code. More like more code indeed. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris, you okay there? Your voice sounded really weird.
I had a tickle in my throat. I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try! Why not? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum?
I at least know what that means, because I know Latin.
It's already been established that the Morse code, 2 tones are required dots and dashes. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward.
I do.
You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code?
Easy. Right here.
Got it!
Yes! This is it then. Wait, did I need to open it up first? I didn't need to open it up. God damn it, I needed to have opened it up first! I have to open it up first before I present it. It was that obvious.
I'm sure you're on the right lines, Bruno. There's something about that music box. There has to be.
Did I not register it then? I might need to go back to that then. I might need to go back to that.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artesian quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed! There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. It totally wasn't me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artesian quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. Only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Huh.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Something to link them together. Where was the... Mr. Mason? Pawnbroker, Gina's papers, the blood samples. Mason Milverton. Victim found deceased in the last omnibus. This is gonna be a toughie to try and get together then.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah? Who else, eh? Silly me thought it was just popping over for a nutter after all them years, but the rudder had a dirty job for us. Yes?
Who are you calling again? Let me stop you right there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
Yeah, we're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse
What do
me.
you gotta say here, Ringo? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
With me?
No, the other one. The shorter, stouter man beside you.
What? Oh, me?
Oh, when your brother was just testifying now, he said something that seemed to cause you to, react, in a way, that I noticed.
Oh, well, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? What? Where is... Yeah, where did you get... Okay. Where did he... Where? No, where did you get that? Did you steal that from, like, outside or something? How did you get a pear into the courtroom? Nash? Nash, how did you do that? He pickpocketed a piece of fruit. The first time I've seen it. Oh my god. You know, I can understand this case has been going on for so long. I'd probably sneak some food in with me too. I'd be pretty hungry after this. Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't either believe it. And of course he has an apple. Wait, for real? Nash and Ringo, it translated in Japanese, actually means pear and apple. I'm gonna test this freaking right now. I am testing this right now. I need to see this for myself. What are their Japanese names? Wow. Wow. Oh my god. Yep. Pear is Nashi. An apple is a Ringo. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god. A freaking amazing. A freaking amazing. Every freaking time, with these games, the curveballs that they throw with the names of the people in it, and the puns, and the irony, and everything they put in it, are freaking amazing. It really is. It really is. Is that so? I can just call them Mr. Pear and Mr. Apple if I really wanted to. But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Middleton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a crocker, eh? Save it until after the trial. And put those fruits away. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Get your fruit out of here. Oi, we're hungry, okay? And the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? We was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it. Add it. Hey, I'd like to add that sentimental memory lane story into the testimony, please, Judge. The brothers' last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. No, okay, well, if it comes out of your mouth, then I'll accept it. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, a skulkin's never sulkin.
Middleton and Skull...
Wait! Whoa, 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 Middleton? Hold up, hold up, hold up. Where was the name? Where was the name? Where was the name? Mason Miverton. We got it. We got it.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but, what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I can't be too optimistic about this, apparently. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? I think the business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Miffleton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And, where did the Milverton part come from?
All right, I thought a clever clogs like...
Hold it!
We got him, guys. We got him. We got him. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Objection. We're gonna listen to it however long that I want to listen it to, okay? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me. Why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him.
And she took the name Graydon then, see?
The brothers are giving us the backstory we need, guys. Oh, but Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bumpkin. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Oh, my pride! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born as Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. Interesting. Interesting. We've got things going on. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. You know, I wonder if he did. I wonder if somehow Ashley wanted his father dead, in a way.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago on the breaking at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only like there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers with their delicious-looking fruit. Okay, besides the Silence Brothers Morse code, some low-class brickmaker negotiator with McGilden anyway was not. I've no relation to that man. So, I'm wondering now. We done break into the gaff. Known there was dodgy government secret involved. Wouldn't have to touch it. So, it was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with the McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. I think... Well, yeah, we can't present people. We have to present actual evidence. So I think it's gonna be the case notes. Because here we have the details of the victim, Mason Milverton. It's entirely possible that his father did know too much. Alright, I'm gonna try the case notes.
Objection!
Here we go. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Since that is your real name. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. As you see, Mr. Zato's notes here. Ugh! The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. He's trying to get to my pride again. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say sakes alive? Oh, I feel so sorry for this wife too. First, walked out on the husband because he couldn't get any money, and now she's gonna find out that A, he's dead, and B, something's happening with their son where maybe he hired to kill his dad. Who freaking knows? This is one very, 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 very interesting family. I would not want to know how their next holiday is going to be like when all this is said and done. Is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? Oh, God, I don't... As I believe I've mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. He's gonna crack, guys. This egg is gonna crack. I swear to it. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. I say as I continue to point towards freaking Van Sykes for some reason. This is slander. You can't put the yes word around like that. I carved a new life for myself as a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman. I have no idea what my father has been up to, but it has nothing to do with me. And may I remind the court that the assertion that this disc contains some sort of message in Morse code has been reliably disproven by a professional and independent communications officer, no less.
Ginny, give us that second disc. Hand over that second disc, and then we can get this underway. The relationship between the victim of the omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete, I feel.
No!
I believe the cross-examination should continue.
Alright, so Morse code uses 2 tones. If I could just demonstrate the possibility that this could have been used to generate 2 distinct sounds and 2 distinct tones.
Perhaps we should have a really good look over the music box, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon.
Oh, if I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Okay, so maybe now?
I did not mean to do that.
I meant to go and look into the court records, but we need the second disc somehow. And I think Ginny is the one that has it. Okay, let me go back into our court records. Let me look at this thing again. I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna open it up. I don't know if it's gonna recognize it this time, but I'm just hoping something. Let's see here. Let's just take one more look at it. Unless it's... okay. It literally is the same thing. So I guess... God, I was so stupid last time. I think I know what to do for it this time. Okay, so it was... Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. I think this is the one where we pressed him and we had to open it up. Of course. I can't believe this tiny little box is literally what could be the most pivotal thing in this entire freaking case. All right. Yeah, that is the only sound it makes. So now we gotta get the answer here. I had to open it up first. That's literally what I had to do. Okay, nothing to say, but stop. Could there still be something that I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box on playback Morse code? Give it a try! Alright, let's see if I can get it this time.
Objection!
I'm going to convince you people, whether you like it or not, that this thing can do, in fact, produce Morse code sounds. Alright. Let's get this. Let's get this. Okay, so. Open it up. Yep. Just something noticed about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. This is probably where I needed to open it up. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? The two movements are linked together. Here we go. I'm gonna quickly just aim at this. It's okay, so this is literally what they've been saying the last time that I looked at it. Okay, good to note. But this time, I actually pushed the mechanism open so that everybody in court can see that there is a second underside.
Got it!
There we go, now I got it. Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? Yeah, I totally meant to do that the last time I presented it. I totally meant to show you guys the underside. I totally did. I totally did. It was definitely coming. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! So as the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. You hear the rattling bones as the playing of the C note continues. Okay, but what if it produced something like the brown note? Music boxes really can't do that, but get yourself a brass instrument or a wind instrument like a saxophone, and you got yourself the brown note. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Wow. What a wonderful dance that you showed the court, everybody there, Ashley. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? What even is the truth anymore? CB, I can probably guarantee you that there is a music box out there that can play Never Gonna Give You Up. It is possible it exists. Whether it's in the form of a lullaby box or one of the little tiny cranky music boxes that you use. That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme by using two music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one! I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever. Excuse me. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yeah, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windy Banks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the two articles Mr. McGilded had placed in pawn there. I got you red-handed, Graydon! There's gonna be blood all over that white spiffy coat of yours! But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh?
Oh, we never knew nothing about that. I totally and firmly believe that they had no idea about this. I want to say that with 90% confidence that the Skulkin brothers have no idea what the hell is going on with this government agency secrecy stuff. At all. They're just a couple of bumbling brothers who are just like, yeah, we're petty thieves. We like to steal stuff every now and then. I believe it. I firmly believe it. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, as you can tell by these two pictures, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs an answer is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious. Because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Dun dun dun! Treason! For you, Eggert! Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Do you, or do I have to cross-examine you for another time? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! Yeah, you know, usually punishable by death. That guy can literally just get cracked. Mr. Eggert? Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Hello? Oh, when did that get there? That's new. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. Someone was moving his arm a little too much. I'm telling you, this is like reminiscent of the case from the first Ace Attorney game, where we caught Manfred von Karma. My poor husband! My poor husband! Is he okay? I want to make sure he's alright! One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet, right there, struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? Isn't it? Huh? Isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Sir, can we please examine the wound on your arm there, please? Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common-backed slum thieves. Let this man crack! I want to see this man crack! Or get hard-boiled, that's another one, too. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night.
I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilden. Careful there, buddy. You're gonna get more blood soaked into your nice, pristine little suit. As God! Oh, you're taking the big G on this one, I see. You're taking God in on this. Well, he's not going to go down without a fight with God as his witness. Not until I can show how hard evidence. I suppose. And if he says God is his witness, then maybe I just have to take down God myself. For the law! Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun, well, clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must! We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third... Wait, you're right about that. He was shot by a third gun, which can only mean, and can only have been fired by the third intruder, which is Eggert. So he's gotta have a gun on him. God, can you tell me your testimony? I shall tell you, my children, that yes, he did do it. Father God, thank you for telling us your witness testimony. That'd be freaking nuts. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grr, he says. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you! You and only you! What else do you have to say? Please, crack. I want you to crack and snap in half. Please. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes! As you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? Wait, what do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see. Okay, what are you gonna say now? This makes me a key witness in this case. And I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Oh. He means Ginny. Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? And he's still like that too. Order, order, order! Order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Is it though? Is this the last act? Is this actually the last part of this trial? Because I don't know.
You seem to be having a long string of miscommunications with the court by telling Yeah, really? For someone who should be trusted with their communications background, you're awfully very much lying about all this stuff. Graydon?
Mr. Graydon.
Yes, I'm still standing like this, by the way.
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Do you understand the consequences of your own actions, Graydon? Oh, yeah, I fully understand. I fully understand that I'm gonna lie my way through this. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Oh, I'm going to lie my way once again through all of this. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Ow! When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole. So I picked it up. I'm already noticing a lot of inconsistencies in this man's testimony. Because she fainted, mind you guys. She passed out with the gun still in her hand. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary. It was the best I could come up with. You claim, sir, under oath, let me remind you, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Tink, tink, tink. Order, order, order. Order, order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand here has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth?
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. Gregson, why are you trying to defend... Why do I feel like that Gregson is also being paid or blackmailed by Graydon here to not say anything? Because he is still at the witness stand. And it makes me question many, many things. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to have vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Now there's the signature wine bottle. Pour yourself a glass, babes, and take a sip.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. To what? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood.
The fish and chips for 3 years and you protect meaty. That guy would pay him for 3 years of fish and chips just to make sure that he has protection under the name. Absolutely would. Have you seen the number of times that man has crushed his fish and chips? He's probably had to have thrown away 20 of them at this point.
So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
Hey, there's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand.
Well, it works in my case, you big meanie.
In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission.
By the way, welcome to chat, I see Curb. And for like the 50th or 60th time in a row, there goes his best glass. Right into the fire. You know, it'd be really funny if one day he throws it with enough force behind him, it just falls over and starts a fire. You know, kind of like how that omnibus got caught up in flames. You know, that could have been all your fault there, Van Zykes, because you just keep throwing around those glasses all willy-nilly. You're gonna burn somebody at that point. Just saying.
Oh, this doesn't look good, Runo.
Well, why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, God help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny!
It happened yesterday, but it feels like it's been an eternity for me. And as an eternity, I mean, 4 months. There is blood on her coat. It's the purple blood, too. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by Miss McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the tests proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zykes, make it so at once. I swear, between Zykes and freaking Eggert's theatrical moves, I don't know who's more eccentric or not. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Ginny will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination! Yeah, of course, my lord, of course. Oh, this cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. It's not gonna be in your favor, that's for sure. Okay, I'm gonna do a really quick save, because I'm gonna go get some water. Well, I actually do need to use the bathroom. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, guys. So, hang tight. I shouldn't be more or less than 5 minutes. I'll be back. Alright, we back. Alright. I am really gonna leave you in silence. And I did. And I was proud of it. You get to see, you had that whole man's face there for a good 5 minutes. Alright.
Hold it!
The pressing continuation commences. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Well, Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. So what do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Welcome there, Arthur. Welcome to chat. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. Well, I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter.
So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him, scrabber.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Well, shame on you. I wag my finger in your direction as punishment.
Sorry, Gov.
Threw Nash over the counter. The sharp pain in the arm.
Hold it!
Okay. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. Oh, so it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Like freaking Manfred, man! Although his was very, very long. In years. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. It's a freaking gunshot wound, you idiot! Of course it's still probably gonna be bleeding! Man, this guy says he's smart for a communications officer, but he's not smart in the ways of medical science. Or, you know, the fact that his arm was shot and he's bleeding.
Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he scampered through the door out back. At which point, what did you do? Well, of course I followed him. Okay, that holds. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the store door's a solid job. Made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. You know what? Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I was there at the scene. I should have seen it. Yeah, you should know that, Ryunosuke. I mean, hell, I looked through it myself that night. Eyes.
And what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov.
Oh, didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. They keep saying people, and I can't help but laugh sometimes, because I literally think of, like, peepholes inside of a bathroom. It's a little chuckle to myself. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank taking place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? I saw her kill her.
Hold it!
Press that. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And, as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no! It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had their own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
Okay, yeah, objection, but no other gun was found at the scene! Why didn't we find anything? Are you gonna tell me you have something of importance, Graydon? I'm sorry? You must consider the events in order. What? At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. But then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment, when I do this little dance, that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. With what? Where's the third gun?
Hold it!
See, it's this one and the next one that are just have me like, you got something wrong there. All over her? Yes, through the people I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilda stabbed him 2 months ago.
Oh, it's so annoying. If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
You know, it wouldn't surprise me if in an Ace Attorney game, someone actually did just swallow the murder weapon, just so they don't get caught. The possibility is there. I haven't seen it happen, but I think it should. At some point, it should. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Oh, bother.
And this is, like, interesting here. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room?
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the room.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. With my ungloved hands. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place.
Something ain't adding up there.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up?
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's all bloomin' mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Okay, tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? Is the second disc in your...
little toe rag!
Oh! Hello? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yo, what's going on here? Excuse me? What you doing to freaking Waluigi over there? Hello? Gentlemen, this is a courtroom, not a wrestling ring. If you want that, I heard there's an underground one about 2 blocks from here. You two okay? Are you two okay? Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line! You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, these days a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed my whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming people in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not her, are you?
Gore blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this steed gives me the willies. Why do I have to stand next to him?
Okay, that was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Grexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris, because he likes you so much.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
I want to know what this man is hiding, because he's been acting so sus tonight. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer! Welcome back there, Neb. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, yes, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well.
The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No. No, my lord. No, I don't. Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrada. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! Oh, hey, the brothers are gone now. Stop. Why are you performing a dance routine in the freaking courtroom, Graydon? Why? See?
Objection.
What did I tell you? Objection, I say. No! The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Can you no, sorry. Yeah, what?
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? See, I didn't throw that in the fire this time, I just crushed it in my own hand. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done!
But, we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formalized... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist!
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out the pierogi to starving boy, and he ran away crying. So sorry for your loss there, juror number 6.
Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
You know, Sholmes is gonna take those words to heart, and before you know it, he's gonna show up in this freaking courtroom and just blab. He's gonna blab so hard. Also, while he's still in his hospital garb. Sholmes is a freaking man who would definitely just get out of his hospital bed, no matter what's attached to him, and he will just go where he needs to be. I feel like that this was a call put out to him now, and he's literally running down the street to the courtroom as we speak. How could you say that? Oh, victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he, saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Ah! My back! My lord. Oh, are they gonna give their freaking battles again? I bet Sholmes is just going to be like, hey, you're all British, right? I'm trusted by the Queen. How about them, Ringos? Yeah, how about them Ringos indeed? The Queen looks on me. Mr. Foreman? Well, as this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Okay.
Guilty.
Okay.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Uh-huh.
Guilty.
Uh-huh. Yeah. This is the third time that this has happened. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The pair of them are a couple of troublemakers, aren't they? Sure damn right they are. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. He has so-called picked a bad fruit, perhaps. So here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? I'm gonna die here on the stand. He's blacked out, everybody. He can't go on. He can't go on, man. He can't go on. Please tell me, for the love of everything, that Sholmes is going to freaking show up and try to turn this around, because I think that's going to be freaking hysterical. It's gotta be him. Listen, this has to be him. This has to be my man. My husband, my detective boy, my man. This has to be him. Give me my man! Give me my, oh my god, yes, this is it, that's it, that's my man. Officer? You've delivered the report now, that will be all, thank you. My man, under the guise of a freaking bailiff, let's go. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Maruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Give me my man! Yes! That's my man! Oh, he looks so good. I love this boy. Holy freaking moly, let's go. Oh, yes! Sir, you are supposed to be in the hospital right now because you got shot by the waist. You were supposed to be in bed, but you know what? I'm happy to have you here. Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of it? Look at that pose he's doing. Do you see the bent knee? The hand? I love him. God, do I love him. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. Oh, as well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Oh, yeah. Both their faces are priceless. Gregson's is great, but I love Graydon's, who's just, like, so offended by the fact that he's here.
Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now,
Wow! Why does he look so good in this outfit? I'm not even kidding. He looks so good in this outfit. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? You know what? I deserve that. I deserve that because my man is back, and I'm very, very happy in the fact that my man is back, so I do indeed deserve the squirt bottle. Thank you. Thank you, Ned. So what say you, Zykes?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, Inspector, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Why is he so unhappy about everything? What is with you, Inspector? Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. Hello. I'm so happy to see you. I'm so freaking happy to see you. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. Oh my god. My man is back. He's back in my life. He's okay. Probably needing more bed rest, but he's okay, and I can't be even more happy to see him.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Soames, are you all right now? All right? I'm all wrong. Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to
Okay. You asked just for 5 minutes. Does that mean you're gonna collapse to the ground in 5 minutes, Sholmes? Are you serious right now?
But I feel even that might prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass.
This man is going to pass out in the freaking courtroom. I swear to everything, he's gonna pass out in the courtroom.
Mr. Naruhodo, I have a stunning revelation. I believe in the next 5 minutes, my knees are going to give out and I'm going to pass out.
Icy Curb, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the party.
Okay,
Let's make this discussion as short as possible then, so, you know, you don't go and, accidentally die on us.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
would you believe if I told you, Mr. Naruhodo, that the floor is made of floor? I could test it out for you right now.
This man is going to pass out on the floor itself. He's going to be on the ground, not being able to get up, and say with clear conviction that yes, the floor is indeed made of floor. That is just who Sholmes freaking is.
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigation. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal to the scientific community. An oversight on my part, actually.
Right. Modesty! Surely not. The one thing that can never let you down is the floor, everybody. That's especially true in Sholmes' case. The floor will never ever let you down.
Oh, but enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping?
A leaving present from Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato.
if possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe.
Sholmes, how long have you been off the anesthesia?
Mr. Naruhodo, you see, I am still partially under its effects. I cannot even think clearly right now, let alone get up off the floor.
I love this man's chaotic energy. You know what? And I feel like in an alignment chart, Sholmes is literally a chaotic lawful. That's what he is. I think he's chaotic lawful. It makes the most sense.
She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Oh, wait a minute. That's gonna go with the stereoscope, isn't it? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made!
Ah!
There's the kitty!
Hi, kitty! Wagga hi!
I love that little kitty.
Look! I use this! It's my latest invention!
What is it?
I call it the Cat Flap-O-Mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
I see where this is gonna go.
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
Wait, what? Didn't she say something like that? Susato, wherever you are, I hope you are safe and sound. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. No shot is this where the case is going? If you're talking on terms of like why Susato left, not necessarily. In terms of how this case is going to turn around in our favor, still not too sure.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say
I miss Susato, guys.
that I've been a complete failure.
But why would you think that? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not at all cryptic, then. So, Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why? Wait a second. Wait. The rapid creation of small flaps in larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Was there a flap that was made? Was there a flap that was made on the door in the pawnbrokery? I swear to everything, if a cat is going to become relevant in this case, just like the damn bird all over again, I think I'm going to flip. I need to see something really quick. Oh, I see it. Oh, it's up here. The door was made afterwards. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see now. We're out of time already? And he's just gonna... Are you just gonna join the witness stand, or are you gonna go back to the hospital? Are you actually gonna go back to the hospital now, Sholmes? Because I think you really, really should. Just saying.
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? Well, the jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
Oh, I know what this means, Sadie. I know what damn well this means.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests time to think. 5 more minutes to think, please. My lord, can I have 5 more minutes to please think things over? I need to wrap my head around stuff. Okay, I think we need a further cross-examination. Now that we got that.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
But objection to you, the defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. He is right there. We were on a temporary suspension. And you had no objections. So bada bing, bada boom to you, Van Zykes.
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
the court is obliged to allow it.
Oh, my own pride. I would like to remind those present that this is my courtroom. Remember, my name is on the sign outside. It's my courtroom. This is my gavel. Everything is mine in this room. I have all my name written on it. So I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. This is all, guys, this is it. This is for all the marbles in the bag. This is for all the chips in the bag. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence?
If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord!
Yes, my lord. I'm not gonna do it like he did, but sure.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time.
No! Sholmes, don't actually pass out on the floor, please! I beg of you. This is it indeed, I think, guys. And hello, Objectionable Puzzles, welcome to chat. I think this is our one final last chance to finally pin this crime on that lowlife over there. You only got one shot when it comes to music. Insert however that Eminem song goes. Please, boy. He's really gonna faint, isn't he? Oh, he did! Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Well, we have another dead man in the freaking courtroom, everybody. Please make sure my husband's okay. The way he flailed his arms. I love this. He went, he just went all arms ablazing. Like he had to get out that last bit of energy before it literally just made him crash. I love that, man. I love it so much. I would have loved it too. If it just panned out a little farther and then you saw like the tops of Sholmes' boots or something. Goddamn. Freaking would have loved it. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling, or an extraordinary lack of sense, in many other terms, or he's just chaotic in nature.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the...
You put him in one of the freaking antechambers. You didn't return him to the hospital, where he probably should be right now because of the injury he sustained. My man is just so reckless. But I love him for it. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yeah. One statement. One piece of evidence. I only got one shot. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Or Susato for that matter. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given to me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial and see if Mr. Eggert Benedict over here finally cracks and crumbles. Chat, I cannot wait to see this man's breakdown. You know how every other Ace Attorney character, when found completely guilty, has their breakdown? I cannot wait to see what he's gonna get. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Oh boy, alright. Oh, that's new music. That's new music, and I like it. I'm definitely saving this shit. Okay. Before we get anywhere, I want to examine this. I need to see what's up with this. Okay. Woo! Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
Does that include metal doors? Because I would love to see if this can work on a metal door. And what are the two parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut off.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flappomat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Wagahai's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons.
You heard it here, guys. She'd do anything for Wagahai, including developing deadly weapons. It also looks like this is some, like, weird frog face. Like, these are the two eyes, and this is the gaping mouth. Okay. So, we gotta do this really carefully. Okay. Uh-huh. Sharp pain in my arm. Pursue the man, but he shut himself in the store. We can see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spat all over that wretched girl. Tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Okay. And we pressed him through all this. We pressed this man all this stuff. I'm curious for a second. Will it let me press again?
Objection!
Okay. I see. I take issue with you. Oh, okay. Alright. So, yeah, I can't press anymore. Oh. Wait! Oh! So if I press any further, I'm gonna get... Oh! I see. I see. Okay. I see. If I try and press any further, it's gonna caught. Uh-huh. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Okay. Okay. So now I really just have to pick a statement and pick the freaking evidence. Okay. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. He was in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Saw the blood spat all over the wretched girl. She tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Okay, so I think photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene a short time before the murder took place, showing the scene after the murder had taken place. Okay, so I feel as though this is gonna be our evidence. This is probably gonna be our evidence. Now let me figure things out here, chat. Let me figure things out. Okay. I think this is going to be our evidence, considering the fact that we totally overlooked that the peephole is there. I think the photograph is going to be our evidence here. The statement, pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. A short time before the murder took place. Let me see what the weapon says. Compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. That is also new evidence that we have. It, you know, it might be between this and the photograph. I feel like the Flapomat might be a bit more convincing, though. I feel like it might... Okay. You think either or might work? Okay. He shut himself in the store where I could see him through the peephole in the door. I'm gonna try this.
Objection!
Oh, I think I got it. Oh, I think I got it. I think I got it. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my cat Flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a courtroom.
Or out of a room.
It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
Okay. Uh-huh. We have the iris theme going on. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, and I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
How dare he interrupt me?
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Well, of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's store. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function in another way, then. This contraption, as you can see right here in the corner of the screen, is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, I'm about to lay down the hardest truths right in front of Eggert. And again, I want to see that man crack. I want to see him crumble as I lay down these truths in front of him. So bad. We arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Jones. Yes, the 3 of us were together. And it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous! What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I witness the crime, for pity's sake? Yeah. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean, and stop being cryptic like your friend was. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. And crack this egg wide open. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door. And until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Whoa. Whoa. The twirls on that man that he did.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yeah. It was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this ridiculous device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her... Oh, is that why she said she's a failure? Because she tampered with the crime scene. That is the most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes, and most importantly, cracks. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel! The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the bag. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Crack him, crack him, crack him, crack him. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies! I'm pointing to Van Zykes. Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me! Oh, I'm afraid not, sir. Well, of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Hey, why don't we test it out on that door right behind you? Huh? Let's test it out right in front of the juries. Right in front of everybody. Right now. I'm ready to do it.
Oh yes! I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second.
Oh, I had a feeling you'd say that. Anybody else tries to doubt me, they're gonna get the big old guns here like they see.
What?
Waggy! Cooey! Time for dinner!
Are you serious? Did she actually make a door in the courtroom door? Are you serious? Can I help you? Precious, beautiful little kitty cat. Where did the cat even come from? Are you telling me, Iris, that you brought Wagahai with you to the courtroom?
Well,
Your Honor, I wish to know how this woman, this girl, snuck a cat inside your established courtroom. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. Well, one does not simply walk into mortar, then. I'm not done yet, don't worry! This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No? But it's easy.
What? So both Susato and Iris now have committed vandalism in high situations. Susato tampering with the crime scene, and Iris now just, randomly putting a hole in one of the courtroom doors. Gotta love it.
The cat flaps my cat flap-o-matic creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windybanks are an exact match.
Oh! Your Honor, they were just being a little silly. A little goofy, as you can call it.
Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And of course, everybody, we gotta thank Wagahai for being here and in the moment. He's the most important, I think, out of all of us. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Okay. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Oh, what is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zykes? Oh, it's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. But I do have proof there, Van Zykes. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Like yeah!
I don't know if I can do a hya, or if I can even do this. But I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. By my standards. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event, and not before. Okay, I think this is an easy one here. I think either picture should do it. I'm gonna go with this one.
Take that!
I'm gonna go with this one. The defense believes this is all the proof the court should need.
Objection!
Oh, was it the other picture? I think it was the other picture. Oh, it's gotta be the other picture then. Okay. They want me to show that the peephole was created after Mr. Windybank was killed, but I have no idea how to do that.
Don't be disheartened, Bruno. You can rely on Susie.
Rely on Miss Susato? What do you mean?
Well, she wouldn't have left you in the lurch, would she? You can be sure she thought of a way to prove what you're being asked to prove now. So there must be something, evidence in the court records somewhere that will do the trick.
Alright then. If the point is to prove that the peephole was made after the incident, it would suffice to show that the peephole wasn't there before the incident took place. Okay, so it's definitely the other picture. Alright. I got this time. I got this time. It's the other picture.
Take that!
Definitely the other picture. What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. And we love intelligent and capable women in this chat. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, hey, more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Oh, don't do it, Ryunosuke. Oh my god. He done did it. Literally, this woman fought so much ahead of this trial. It was just like, wow. Let me see that print again. And then you take the one at 1:30. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. So, Mr. Graydon, as I was saying several times before, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Breakdown. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies! Lies, I say! Break down! He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it, guys. There he goes! Break down, I say to you. Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Crack the egg! Crack the egg! Crack the egg! That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. And now she's literally going back to her country like she's running away from what happened. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zykes! The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes. That's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. Crack. I dare you to crack. He's starting, chat. He's starting. I can see it in his face. And I was shot in the arm. It's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Bye, Wagahai. Thanks for coming in for like all of 2 minutes.
Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Oh, make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? I mean, what you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. Excuse me. The inconsistency is revealed... once again, excuse me. Is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely... I think it's the blood splatter. Because we already went to deal with the peephole. I think it's the blood stains. Because he shouldn't have seen them. The blood stains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it to the people in the... yep. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Yeah? Oh, it's bad of me to say this now, but has your cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have thoroughly examined them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Oh, what did you do, Graydon? What did you do? Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Wagahai came for the one statement, one evidence, and went out stealing the witness's tongue. That's why we love Wagahai here. Good cat. Good cat.
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Sykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put me in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same.
I swear to God, I bet your freaking Eggert over there bribed Gregson to get in there. I bet you he did.
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Gee! I wonder who that could have been.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes, I do. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Gee, I wonder who. I wonder who. Maybe it's Ringo. Maybe it's Nash. Oh my god, they're the same age as me. Holy shit. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it could be, Mr. Windybanks probably couldn't do it. Jeez, I wonder if it was Mr. Gregson.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Well, consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today. Right? Indeed. Preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our 1 hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord.
Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. The peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. Gee, yeah, I wonder what you two were talking and whispering about that one time, This is a blooming outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view at the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. But aren't you forgetting Zyke boy?
Ooh, I've just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before I wasn't there. I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. When they were over there being all, secretive. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making this all up! Toe rag, that's a first. I'm a responsible Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the lies of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. If it turns out to be true, I'm gonna flip. That's what I'll do. If that turns out to be true, I'm gonna flip a lid. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Where's this going? Where's this going? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Hold on. Malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming quite clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that! But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? I think I know what it is. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, as I am in my void space right now, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Sufficient chips!
Bruno, do you think it could be...
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press for you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Okay, so hear me out here, guys. It's either the disc or the music box. It's either one of these things, and I feel like it might be the music box disc. Because everything else doesn't make too much sense to me. It's either one of these. I think it's the disc.
Take that!
It's the disc! It is the disc! Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. This is getting interesting, fellas. Are we gonna see 2 breakdowns, maybe? So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case! You little lag! We're on to something, guys! We're on to something! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this. And I quote, "I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over." No, dude! Don't give it to him! It's mine! That is, mine! I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. We getting their asses good. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in stealing of government secrets. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I
I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Both of you did a big oopsie-whoopsie.
Objection.
Especially you, Inspector. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc as we speak is here in this very courtroom. Oh, wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
Wait, what? Well, what's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Gregson, did you really have the second disc with you this whole entire time? In the freaking courtroom? Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely, says me. They could have only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court services. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
Oh god, that sounds serious. Hello, Clobbert! Welcome to chat! Things are getting intense here right now. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. Congratulations, Naruhodo, you just insulted the entire British government in a single sentence. How do you feel about yourself right now, Naruhodo? How do you feel about yourself? You even insulted Her Majesty herself. Base Naruhodo indeed. Absolutely base Naruhodo.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
Oh, on the contrary, little one, the accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Ones that could stick you 6 feet down in a grave itself. Oh, it's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Once more. Once freaking more. Naruhodo is this is a power move to right the wrongs. God damn. He is trying to start a riot against the monarchy right here. That's what he's doing. What the hell do I do here? Do I search him? What do I do here? I don't know shit anymore now, guys. I'm just like, search him, withdraw. I don't want to withdraw the request. Oh. I feel like... What if we search someone else? Maybe... I am so... Oof. Oh yeah, no. I ain't no pussy indeed. I ain't withdrawing. But I don't think Gregson is the person, now that I'm thinking on it. I think it might be someone else. I think it might be someone else. I'm gonna go search someone else. Yes. The defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well? Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal... Oh, I did a little... I did the thing! It wasn't the right... I did that little tap! The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you! Iris? Iris?
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of all...
Everybody, Iris is taking the counter. She has the spotlight. You all better listen to her.
So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. And not because I'm holding this gun.
Someone shut that kid up. Silence the girl, someone. Y'all getting upstaged by a freaking 10-year-old. Just saying right now. Just saying. Huh? Well said, young lady. Indeed, This court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next word. You what? Now, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. I think it's on freaking Graydon. It's not Susato. It's Iris, guys. Iris definitely has the disc on her. No doubt about it. I don't think Ginny has it. And it's not him. And he's not here. It's none of these four, I know that for sure. And it's not Gregson. And it's not Strongheart. A young pickpocket who we first met during a trial. It has to be somebody in this room. Wait! Hold on a second. What if it's Zykes? What if it's actually Zykes? Because he had the first disc. He had the first disc already. And Gregson didn't know that Zykes was going to use the disc as evidence. Yikes on bikes, is it Zykes? Is it? I'm real curious now. You know what? I'm gonna go for it.
Take that!
Okay, maybe it isn't Zykes. Okay, maybe it isn't Zykes. Alright, so it's not Zykes. It's not Zykes. So it's not him. It's not him, and it's not Gregson. We know that for sure. I'm still thinking it might be Graydon then. If it's not Zykes... And we haven't searched Graydon at all. Excuse me, Your Honor. Sorry, I made a mistake. I need to reload to save. What do you mean by reload to save? It's not these four. It's not Gregson. Now it's not Zykes. I'm gonna say it's Graydon. Okay, it's not him. Mr. Ashley Graydon? Okay. It's not Graydon. If it's not Graydon... I don't think any of the brothers... Is it Ginny? Wait, does Ginny have the disc on her? We have a guess for you know what? Maybe it is Susato. She came in for us clutch, and even though she's not present right now here in the court, I think she did it. It was not him. We're not going Gregson. Strongheart isn't even in this, and it can't be Zykes.
Take that!
Is it Ginny? Okay. That's the who?
Who? It's not the egg guy. It's not Ginny. It's not Zykes. I don't think it can be either of the brothers. Maybe it is. It's not Ginny. We're not searching Gregson for this. We're not searching Zykes. It's not any of these four. Wait. Hold the phone.
Take that!
Okay, alright. Alright. I thought I had something there, but no, I didn't. No, I didn't. Okay. I had a thought there for a moment and I wanted to act on it to see what happened, but it's not Sholmes. Alright, CB, have yourself a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Who the hell is it then? Who broke into the window box on the night of the murder with his brother and accomplice. Gregson, Ashley. Who do we request the search now for? Look at the history for a second. Let me see. If Gregson knew you were going to search him, who would have given it to him before he had it before? It's gotta be somebody in this room, doesn't it? Somebody who had the second disc already. Someone who had the second disc already. Oh, objections! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the party. Thank you for joining. He's dead, so he cannot have it. It's not gonna work with Sholmes. Susato's not even freaking here. And Iris wouldn't have anything to do with it. Ginny didn't work. Graydon didn't work. Sykes didn't work. I don't think these two guys. It's Susato. She has sus in her name, for God's sakes! Who could have Gregson give it to if he was always at the stand? Wait, could it have been?
Take that!
Oh my god! Cause he was standing to him. Wait, that's right! Because Gregson was shaking freaking Nash Skulkin! That's when he could have gave it to him! That makes sense now! Live Nash reaction in the corner for the win for that. Well, I never.
Blimey, me?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. I like how he says restrain that.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to the search.
Objection!
Well, I object to your objection.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight there.
Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
Goddamn, Van Zykes really just dropped an ACAB on freaking Gregson. Goddamn. When a racist says ACAB, what do you think about that?
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
God freaking damn. Bailiff, carry out the search immediately!
Now hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc.
Oh, cut it out! Everybody dog piles on him. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing.
And Gregson's is just fuming. And Graydon's about to crack. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Wow, 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 is it not, Inspector Gregson? Yeah! Got you both! Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett, Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God!
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Well, Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what's unusual behavior. When you were literally shaking the man's whole body. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Flashback to like an hour ago. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was ragging him like a rag doll. I can't believe he just freaking accepted that. He didn't even fight back!
Yeah, he didn't all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me while whistling like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Me head's so throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, 'cause it is a wig. He hid it. You! But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth then he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Woo! Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under different orders and direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I am not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah! Van Zykes is the most problematic man that I have met in any Ace Attorney game so far. And I'm saying that while I know Edgeworth exists. He only pretended to attack Mr. Skokin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense?
Was it? Both of you?
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Crack, crack, crack. I want to see you crack, boy. I want to see you crack. You know what? He does with me as well there, Colby. He does remind me a little bit about Kira. Except there's no cats. Admit to it? Yours truly? Oh, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
Objection? But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. Except for the Russian. This is quite a quandary indeed.
rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Oh, even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
She's still on about freaking Graydon of all people. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare the decision now...
Is Ginny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some prove that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson? Or Graydon? Iris, please shoot the jury. What else do I have with me? What else do I have with me that could help? We need to know... What we need to know is we need to get that second disc into the small box. Because then we can figure out if it is Morse code. I'm gonna go for Gregson. Who do I present evidence? Okay, evidence against. I present evidence against. I think it's gonna be great. I think I'm gonna go against Gregson. Inspector Gregson. There's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with the Graydon. I think it's this. I honest to God think it's the music box. Because I don't think anything here is going to... Anything here is going to do that. I think it's the box.
Take that!
I think it's the box, and I got it right! Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes. With a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Let's go. Goodness, this disc, counsel?
No! Wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why!
Objection!
Oh, but objection, Inspector! Not true! Oh! Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! I mean, not to mention, since you're foreign to this country, that's also gonna say something about you, but at the same time, I feel like Naruhodo's just like, well, I don't live here, so who cares?
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! Oh, I do dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. I'm screenshotting that. That is screenshot worthy. He is going to stop at nothing to protect his client. That is a committed man right there, guys. You know what? Get you a man. Get you a man like, oh, he's not here. Get you a man like Naruhodo who's just like, I'll make an enemy of the entire country of Britain to make sure that my client is safe. Get you a man like that, am I right? No wonder Kazuma liked him so much. Zykes? My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zykes, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Oh, he's got the foot up! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I want to say this. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. As much as he is a racist, he will not let the police control him. And for that, I will appreciate you, Zykes. I will appreciate you. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by God freaking damn! Look at this man go with me! Oh my god! He's on Ryunosuke's side here! Holy shit! Yo, Van Zykes and Naruhodo are just like shaking hands under the table right now. They both say ACAB, really. Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Dude, this is incredibly hype. Holy shit! Let's go! Hold it. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Well then. It starts playing, never gonna give you up. That's the secret Morse code. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Excuse me. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? Gregson, you messed up big time, bud. Gregson, you fucked up big time! Naruhodo. I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here on the stand together, that's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Oh! I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. You did that with a guilty conscience. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Are you finally going to crack under the pressure? I want to see you break down in front of my eyes, Graydon. There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. I am so ready to see this man's breakdown. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You! Oh! Traitor! Oh, shit! Oh! He's got him by the guzzle! Oh! Oh my god! Whoa! You were about to kill him! Oh! Restrain that man! At once! he was about to freaking kill. It really was like the Steve Harvey, yes! Kill! That's it then. God damn. His eyes were ready for murder of that man. My God. It's all over. Gregson died about an hour later from complications of breathing. And me, I think I'm gonna go pass out next to freaking Mr. Sholmes after all this is done. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. Thank you so much for coming by, Colby. Glad you could have stuck around. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? For money? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money! Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums waken me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who had lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGill. It always comes back to freaking Mr. Magnus McGill. It's always this freaking man. You're a fine with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. This man concocted such a freaking scheme that it's still affecting and still going on after his death. It was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGildy would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections at the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Ooh, pretty art. Look at you, Ashley. What a finer gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
And that's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd told the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graded. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand?" So Mr. Mason literally took the bullet and died. Whereas Ashley could have died instead. Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. Wow. Wow. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb onto the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd ask him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Damn. God damn. He just did something for his son, and he had no idea what was going on. Damn. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Wait a minute, hold on. Was it Eggert who started the fire? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. He
he started the fire. Oh my god, he's the one who started the fire and killed McGilded. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Wow. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Oh, what's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
Were you disguised? So the policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter! Sus! Hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened the witnesses to lie in their testimony. Wow. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. God damn. Wow. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Wow. Amazing. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes! There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with Miss Gilded. Whew! This is the first of 2 discs. In the music box, you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windy Bank's pawnbrokery?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for ye. Oh, there's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the friend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? Oh, London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
A vault, you say? I see what's up. God damn, this is a whole 2 months thing in the making. It's insane. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And then on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector? Wow, you recovered fast from all that. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. The backstory and the exposition for all this shit is freaking intense, guys. Holy shit. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sewed to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside?
Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I'd decided to bring my own gun with me that night. Just in case. So you were the one with the third gun. And you shot and killed him. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night. So, now that we have everything together, yeah, how's this gonna end for everybody? How are y'all feeling right now? We doing good? We doing dandy? Are we gonna go to the White Void instead? All of us?
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what have you done is exactly the same.
Tragic, yeah. No, he's got him there.
You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. What do you say about that, Graydon? Yes. I think I have. Damn. Laid down. Holy shit.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting yeah, that's for sure. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Oh, very good. And as for you, and you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Oh. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Facing some hard times ahead of you, Gregson. Now, to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah, that's right. I'm still here.
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Ebb Squadron, stand by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
And it's unanimous, everybody. Gina is once again walking free. Thank God. Now that's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
Finally, Runo! You finally managed to do it!
Well, finally is a word, all right. I really wasn't sure if we come out on top for a while there. I'm also about to pass out soon because I'm hungry.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me for like that?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawn brokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aww, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, nonetheless. Determining that, when played together, the music box just contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast for the 1000th time to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Yeah, very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point... Oh, juror number 5.
It's,
about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code after all.
What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
Wait, what? Can that really be true? It wasn't Morse code after all? Huh? What's up? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know the Gilded conspire to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
That's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade?
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity that could cause trauma on you since you're so young.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come now, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you see yourself. She's learning, guys. She's learning.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Never again.
Who knows if that's gonna be true, though.
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pup Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. There goes the confetti, everybody! Here comes the confetti! Yeah, we did it! And we got a noble raid! Yes! Oh my gosh, she's shooting it off herself! Inside the courtroom, no less. Welcome, everybody, from Noble Side of Things. Thank you for stopping by. That is all. Court is finally adjourned. Everyone, please get out of my courtroom and go home. Oh, hello. You two? Why are you still here, and why do you still have a glass of wine with you? On a personal note, I must say, you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Okay. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time saw through the grim to the surprising heart of your English client. That's a lot of nationalities said all in like 2 sentences. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Well, you know, maybe I'm just that keen on people. Maybe. Well, I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside, so maybe you should stop being freaking racist, Van Zykes. Just saying. Just saying. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew. What's going on here? I don't understand. You mentioned something similar early today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. Wait, what does this mean? What happened exactly? Are we going to get Van Zyk's backstory here or something? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Okay, it sounds vaguely threatening, but I'll wait for that day, if I must. How's that wine tasting for you there, Zykesy boy? Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. Backstory denied, blue balls cheat! That's for sure. You have not achieved the backstory just yet. Wait till the next game. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. And you can have this wine bottle, I don't want it anymore. Alright then. In the antechamber? What time is it right now? It's almost 5:30. We've been at this since freaking 8 in the morning. Jesus Christ. It's done. It's over at last. I can finally go to sleep on that freaking couch over there. But where's Iris disappeared to? Hi, Gina. Ah, there you are. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me. Right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Look into the eyes of that caring young man and tell me you wouldn't have that belief in him. No one ever asked before, see? Get the promise, I mean, properly. Well, that's awful. You know what? She better be at the hospital with her dad figure because he still needs to be in the hospital. God damn it, freaking Sholmes. I figured something out today. All me life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts, and they let you down. Yeah. I think I can understand that. Considering the fact that Gina here is 17 and Ryunosuke, I think, is about 23, 24, I think she's finally coming to have a friend. I think she's finally recognizing that, hey, Ryunosuke is like your friend. He's your friend, Gina. Come on. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it.
That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, then your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. What I'm trying to say, that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trust in someone else is, you know, alright. Yeah, Gina was threatened when she lied in court, so I condone dying for telling the truth. Wow! If you're gonna be like that, if we're gonna be like that. Thanks. God, Kazuma, my love, I miss you so much, Kazuma. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. I miss you so much! My man, my other man. I have way too many mans in this game, guys. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Kazuma, we love you in chat! After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? I miss you, boy! I miss you so much! Pardon the interruption. I see. There is no way that you're hiding from me this time, Sholmes. I know exactly what you're playing at, because your hair is different from the other bailiff's hair. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Oh, that voice! Oh, it's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, it was me all along. You see? Sholmes, get out of the bailiff suit. Please. There's my husband. I love this man. Haven't you guys noticed how much I love this man? I'd assumed you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Oh, indeed I was. But he escaped again. Because he just can't. Because he can just do that. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very broad! But enough about my adventures of escaping from the hospital. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Yes, indeed. That is me. That is me with Sholmes. No doubt about it. Congratulations, Owen Order! As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, well, thank you.
awesome, great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Oh, have I hurt you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? They're very, very cold.
Why, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strada.
What's that supposed to mean? Why says the elf it? What's the odd elf it?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but, an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh,
The Reaper, you mean? 'Cause anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead though anyway? Is that it?
the very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact.
Oh, ha!
Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
No. No, you don't.
Yeah, well,
It don't bother me.
really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like... It's a bit like, him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? We bring in the G-word man into this? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. Are we getting religious in my Great Ace Attorney game? It won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some goes like that bug with a rotten to the core. At the end of the day, aim upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Fine, justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got the principles, see? Principles, she says.
A trait in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi! Just give it the rest already, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Hoo-ha. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. See, I called you by your first name that time.
Well,
There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here?
and there she is.
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
Well, as you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff.
But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea.
Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
My Irish voice is going, I can feel it.
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
Ouch. Getting schooled by a 10-year-old again. Good night, Tim. Thank you again so much for the raid, and I hope you have a good sleep.
anyway. It's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You're the Judge Potter I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What's it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, wasn't lug, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense? It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. I love Gina too, guys. I love Gina as well. Grade A character. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Oda? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. And I'm sure you can do it.
What is it? Are you feeling emotions called tenderness and love, maybe, Ginny? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, man. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yeah. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. And whatever you do, please don't die. Oda? Yeah? Please don't shoot me. I beg of you, please don't shoot me. Oh. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so I just shot something at you. Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hetero missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh,
yes. It's good advice, Ginny.
come on. You can do it. Right, I see. Well, go on. You can do it. I believe in you, Gina. You can say them. It's just 2 simple words. Oh, she took her hat off. Thanks, Odo. Oh, my baby girl's crying. Oh my god. I love Gina, guys. Oh. Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me. That is a face of a girl who deserves a freaking hug. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. I freaking love Gina. She's such a good character. Ah! I love her so much. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, you should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not! I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
Well, and there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there, please. I'm not such a pessimistic, I swear.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. All right then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's
Oh. Wait, does that mean Susato's still here? Oh. Oh, let's go see her off! Yes! But... There won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Ho ho! Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. Goddamn, this man thinks ahead of everything too. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... A great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Just saying, Sholmes, just saying.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
Go! Shoo, you guys! Go see Susato! There's the big-ass boat. Oh, shit! 5:30 in the freaking morning. Oh, shit. That took so much longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mr. Sato, where are you? Right there. Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Hello, Susato. It's been so long since we've seen you.
Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here?
Well, we came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings are being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted. She can breathe a sigh of relief.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san.
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato?
That's what I was thinking about too.
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact.
What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me.
How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Ginny to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Ginny gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yeah, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat Flabomat. So I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I find myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then everything happened. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Oh, right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang up to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat Flapomat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print at the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed! It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made. That information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? And your intuition was just as right. Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Ginny had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried about the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it'd have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Oh. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. So you took it all yourself, girlie. Miss Susato.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
So that's why you say you can't study law anymore. What did you... what you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. It really did.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
We're supportive of each other in this time, guys. We're supportive of each other.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been reassured.
Yeah, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo, was a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications.
No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. Cipher? I see. So then we can never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Hoo-ha! Nonsense, my dear fellow! It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
A Sogi? Asogi? What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Asogi?
Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said, Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? Wait.
Kazuma Asogi? What does Kazuma have to do with this? What? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code. So I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Was that Japanese Morse code? What?
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before.
And probably photographically memorized it.
But I think it's based on the I-Ro-Ha pentagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Okay, so then what the hell does Kazuma have to do with all this? Does he know some government secrecies or something? What?
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course!
I need to know this. I need to know what and why Kazumi was part of this.
But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of
4 people's names. 4 names? Kazuma Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A. Shin.
Shin. I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gregson.
Gregson? Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name.
What's the matter, Mr. Sato?
It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in...
Tell me is it my name? Is it my name or is it Sholmes' name?
The last name...
Wilson! Wilson!
John H. Wilson. You mean Daddy?
Oh. And he's dead. And he is dead.
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
So Wilson was also part of some government conspiracy thing? I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Bruno come from?
Oh, well...
Yeah, about that, Iris.
I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Yeah, about that freaking yeah. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. We can't say that her dad's dead. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. For all of us.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Who freaking knows? But anyway, your ship is about to take off, Susato.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yeah, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. And then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and to support me.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. And yes, I will make you cry with those words.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah,
Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris.
You be good and please don't die. Please don't die out there.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yeah, of course. On the SS Burya when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away. That you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
You take care of yourself, Susato. Make sure you freaking don't die on that ship, okay? Don't die on that ship!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume.
There's Wagahi! The kitty even came!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Trials and tribulations?
Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
My god! My man playing the violin over here! You gotta stop! You gotta
After
stop
all,
being like that! Ugh!
I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
And that's it. And that's that, guys. That's that. That... Oh! Sholmes, what do you want now? Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, Mr. Sholmes, I was just having a very emotional moment there to myself, but what do you want? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. I'm not getting in on this. I'm not getting in on this.
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, would have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato...
You love defending yourself in court. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes?
Yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
Oh, why certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say...
Objection!
Objection. We goddamn bless you, Shu Takumi, for bringing this game to the West finally. Damn. I am so happy. I am so happy we got through this together, chat. I am so, so happy. If you'll excuse me, holy crap, I need to drink something really badly. My throat needs it the most. Also, while the credits are rolling here, pardon me as I go use the bathroom very, very quickly. I'll be right back.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I had to pee so bad. I held it in for like the past hour because I was so ready to get through all of him admitting the crime, the afterwards, and leading up to this part. Wow. This was really good. I, like, really, really gotta hand it to them. This was really good. I'm also just so incredibly happy. We finally got the first game all down packed. I can only imagine, like, improvements and what else may be happening when the second game comes around. This really, like, really was good. And as someone who played, I did not play all the Ace Attorney games. I played the first one and the second one, and got halfway through the third one. But already, like, the character interactions in this game, the new mechanics they introduced, I love how it makes you feel more involved with the story. It made me more involved. It made me enjoy a lot more characters more, too. Like, the Dance of Deductions. So much fun. So much fun. I can't wait for more of those in the next game. So yeah, that left us on a really interesting note. Was Kazuma killed for knowing government secrets or something? Was John also killed because of that? I don't know. Is Gregson gonna be freaking killed because he knows stuff now? And then who's this Shin person too? That's gonna be something else. Probably what we're gonna learn in the next game. Whew. Oh, wait! Oh my god! Those guys are behind bars right now. Those guys are behind bars right now. Hi, guys. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Amazing. And he still has this nice little white, pristine suit behind bars, too. God damn. Back in the old office we are. This is a really good melody for the ending, too. This gives me I gotta say, I am really excited for the next game. Oh, the family photo! Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's cute. Bless those guys. Absolutely bless those guys. They were great. All of them, including the cat, especially the cat. And that's it. Kazuma? Oh my gosh, is this like a little walking credits thing? Is this a little walking credits thing? It is! Oh, that's adorable. Oh my god. There's my man, Hosonaga! I hope wherever you are, buddy, you will not continue to freaking cough up blood. Okay? I hope you go see a doctor about that. Well, guys, that's it! That's that. That's all she had to say. That's all that's been written. Here, let me get the live Nash shot of the way so you guys can see Naruhodo walking over there. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put you up there. Live Nash reaction can go up there in the corner for right now. I totally forgot about that freaking woman who had the swan on her head. I remember her reaction. And how over the top it was. That was so freaking hysterical. And yeah, that's when you died, Kazuma. That's when you perished on the boat. Oh, and then he stopped because that was the end of his line. And Naruhodo just keeps continuing. If I remember correctly with the swan, with the swan lady, there was something that she did or she said for the trial that I feel like she's gonna come back again for. Oh, they both stopped. Bye, guys. Bye. Oh, never mind. They're catching up again. They decided to take their time is all. Welcome! Strongheart! The models here look so nice. I gotta hand it to them, yeah, like, the models here look very nice. We hate you, McGilded. Everybody and my homies always hate on McGilded, no matter what. No matter freaking what. If I remember correctly, when did this actually, like, first develop? So this game, 2015, that's right. This game originally came out in 2015. And then it only just recently was translated and localized to come over to the West. I can't believe it took them that long to get this over here. I'm so glad they did, though. This game was absolutely worth the time. And the fun. Oh, and now Iris gets to follow us. God, what are the chances of me trying to find somebody who can make me a Herlock Sholmes cosplay? Because I would love to cosplay as Herlock Sholmes. He's got a very cool outfit, and I want to wear his coat. I just want to wear Mr. Sholmes' coat. It looks so cool. And have his hat. His hat is also really good. Gina, don't shoot. Gina, don't shoot. And then we all said our goodbyes as Susato-san went on her merry way. I love that freaking Herlock and Naruhodo were walking in rhythm together. Amazing. And that's that. That's the Great Ace Attorney Adventures first game. Wow. Well, guys, I gotta say, thank y'all for joining me along this journey. God freaking... You had to do this to me. Right at the very end, you had to make me remind me of him and them together. God damn it. I miss Kazuma so much. Hi. But that's it, guys. That's it. That is the first game all completed and wrapped up in a nice little package. So thank you everybody for joining me on this very, very long stream to wrap up this really, really great game. Planning on doing the Resolve anytime soon. Not anytime soon. I might be coming back to it a little bit in the future. But since I'm done with the first game, definitely gonna take some time away from it, just so, because there's definitely some other games that I have in my backlog that need to be completed, and there's a big game coming up in January that I know is going to take up a lot of my streaming time. So, the second game probably won't start it anytime soon, but hopefully sometime next year I definitely will. But again, guys, thank you to everybody who's come out tonight, who has watched the finale of this really, really great game. And thank you for spending your time here with me, chatting along or even lurking about. There's going to be more streams coming this week, with Thursday being another Pokemon stream. Got more stuff to do in Scarlet, that's for sure. So until I see you all next time, have a great rest of your week and take care of yourselves out there. I am going to go rest my voice. Because voice acting for about 6 hours really will take a toll on your throat. So goodbye, everybody, and have a good night.